Alrighty. Alrighty. Morning, boys and girls. Hope you're well. I've starting to get a sore throat. Don't know if it's the warm weather or the fact that the air conditioning's on a lot at the moment. Don't know what it is. Or potentially the fact I've played way too many video games. Or all of the above. I'm starting to get a sore throat. I'm hoping it's not a sign. Because I am not getting ill. We do not have time to be ill. No time for illness. So, how are people liking these work orders? I think, the tune's down a touch. I think we've had a blue post, haven't we? We've had a blue post about these work orders, which I think we should probably have a little bit of a look at. Where did it go? Spotted it somewhere. Survival hunter feedback? No survival. NPC crafting orders available for testing. View original. Close half of these windows now, but whatever. What have we got then? What have we got? NPC crafting orders are now available for testing. Use the feature, travel to your nearest crafting bench, open up the crafting orders tab, click the NPC tab, which may appear blank at first, and you should start seeing orders appear. If at first you don't see any orders, please wait a moment and try again. NPC crafting orders are personal orders that populate on a regular, predetermined cadence. Oh, well, this is good. This is what I said in my little video yesterday. I hope that they're at, like, fixed intervals. Throughout the week, various familiar characters from the world will submit orders directly to you with a variety of possible rewards. You may discover that some customers tend to be more willing to provide reagents to assist in the final craft than others. Certain customers are very picky and may only submit orders for very specific items. Though all NPC crafting orders offer a small commission, some customers may offer unique bonus rewards for helping them out. This is an entire paragraph of saying, yeah, the orders are random. The orders are random. We haven't predetermined anything. There's no smart system here. The orders are random. And that also leads me to believe they're not going to change that. If you cut through the arty text here, orders are random, sure. Other than bonus rewards, orders are nearly identical to player-to-player crafting orders. Nearly identical in terms of the fact that you will still find no maps, no commission. So identical, in fact. It's almost to a flaw. The recipes requested and the reagents involved are ones you already find throughout your adventures. You'll gain skill ups, receive first craft rewards, and can benefit from profession stats. Specializations will play a part in your success in finding NPC crafting orders, particularly when it comes to guaranteeing quality or unlocking optional and finishing reagent slots. Some customers may provide these extra reagents, potentially affecting the final difficulty of the craft. Another second paragraph stating they're random. Okay. You will gain skill ups, receive first craft rewards, and can benefit from profession stats. Well, you're not gaining anything. This is just how the system works. So there's no gain to be had here. You gain skill ups if crafting that item gains you a skill up. You're not. This isn't a gain. A gain would indicate that it is an increase on top of what is already the normal. Okay, so 2 paragraphs saying that the orders are random. Sure. NPC crafting orders is the primary method for crafting professions to earn specialization knowledge and artisan's acuity in the war within. Except for enchanting, which earns their weekly points via disenchanting items. Each profession has an allotment of knowledge points they can earn in a week, which varies from profession to profession based on the size of their spec tree. These are delivered through a bi-weekly selection of orders, scheduled similarly to how world quests populated during Dragonflight. Although specialization orders are generally tuned to be easier than other types, it's possible to be unable to satisfy an order with your given capabilities. Don't fret. So hang on. Is the primary method. Each profession has an allotment of knowledge points they can earn in a week. Okay. These are delivered through a bi-weekly selection of orders. Okay. So yeah, exactly like I guesstimated. When world quests reset, you will have... When world quests reset, you'll have a new influx of work orders, of which these work orders are more likely to be the ones you actually care about.
Hello there.
El Hapo, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Throw it against the wall, see what sticks. Don't fret. Whether you joined the expansion late or had a rough time with a few orders, you may begin seeing catch-up orders as early as the following week. The cadence and quantity of specialization catch-up orders increases as you fall further behind to allow for rapid catch-up, especially later in the expansion cycle. These catch-up orders are also typically much easier to fulfill by requesting more common recipes and cheaper reagents overall. This is fundamentally making NPC orders a bit of a sink for materials as well, which has an overall impact on the economy. A positive one, I should probably state. Positive but less predictable. It's going to mean that they are switching. There will be that switch to gold being your limiting factor, more so again. In Dragonflight, time, and more importantly, the time gating that was implemented for crafting professions meant that your gold meant nothing for your overall performance as a crafter. Your overall performance as a crafter was heavily based on your dedication to get your 10 to 12 knowledge points every week. And that was an effort-based system. You put the effort in every week, you get your 10 to 12 knowledge points, you spend them where you wish, you come back next week, you do it again. This seems to be like that you'll be able to use NPC crafting orders, e.g. spend gold, buying materials off other people, spending your gold buying materials off other people, to fulfill these NPC work orders, to get your knowledge points, to get your catch up. So your catch up is going to cost you gold, is the bottom line to this. If you turn up late, sure, you can turn up late, but you can catch up, and your catch up is going to cost you something. There's going to be a tangible cost to how much it will take to catch up. This means, more so than anything, they need to ensure that there is some value at the other end. Because it's one thing to put a small amount of time and effort into doing something to then find out that it doesn't actually reward you in any way after you've done it. It's an entirely different thing to buy a token, spend that token on materials, use those materials to fill NPC orders to quote unquote buy your knowledge point catch up if you turn up late to the party, then only to find that there's no profit in anything even once you've done it. Or no tangible value to having done it. It could work as a nice little sink for the cheaper reagents, as I presume there'll be like orders for quality 1, quality 2 items, and in turn utilizing lower grade materials as well. Cool. Once you satisfy the requirements and craft an item, all rewards will be sent to you in the mail, so make sure to check it. We're excited for everybody to get their hands on the system and look forward to your feedback. Known issues so far. The reward preview window is not displaying all rewards for a given order. So it might only be showing one, but there may be multiple. Okay, that's interesting. Customer-specific rewards are inconsistently being displayed and awarded. And to further state, pocket lint is not an intended reward. This is clearly a grey item that some people have spotted. The number of orders on beta is slightly higher than intended, mostly due to knowledge catch-up orders always being active currently. What? Knowledge, catch-up knowledge, and acuity gains are not yet tuned. Well, I could tell you that for a fact yesterday. Non-quality items sometimes request a minimum quality and cannot be fulfilled. Ah, okay. Requesting quality 2 blasphemites. Sure. In rare cases, NPCs are overly patient and then submit orders with 2 to 3 month durations. Okay, that's clearly broken. Weekly knowledge tracking is not set up for all weekly knowledge sources, resulting in excessive knowledge gains in certain cases. This is affecting more than just NPC crafting orders. Oh, I'm going to assume this is referring to gathering here. I'm going to assume this is referring to the fact that gathering doesn't seem to have its like loot 6 things a week limit. And I don't think disenchanting has its limit either. When you're enchanting, you can disenchant and you can get knowledge points. I've not done it extensively, but the theory goes here is that there's got to be a cap on it, and I'm going to assume that they just haven't capped it yet. The shuffle will now include doing what work orders you can before going to the next profession. Oh god. It's a really good point. It's a really good point. Okay. I was kind of hoping we would get more details. They took 2 paragraphs here to say that the orders are random, deal with it. This is their way of directing your thoughts in a different direction. Like I yesterday was quite hoping that there'd be some smart system behind this. Smart in terms of the fact that it might prioritize giving you an order for an item that gives you a skill up, which I was not able to get it to replicate that yesterday. Meaning that that system probably isn't there. And they've taken 2 paragraphs out of a 4-paragraph article to emphasize the fact that shit's just random. The optional reagents that are on the items requested is random. The quality of the items that come through is random. The quality of the materials they either provide you or don't provide you is random. It's a multi-level RNG system. And they plan on... It very appears like they plan on keeping it that way. The catch-up side of things, I think, is quite clever, though. And absolutely 100% needed. So I think that will work quite well. Okay. Alright, sure. How do we poke around with this a little bit more? I have a problem with my beta account, and I can't figure out how to fix this. I have a problem in that I am not able to, for whatever reason, copy my account data over. The button just won't let me do it. And having the button not let me do it is causing an even bigger problem of that I then don't have... It is like I have never played Dragonflight. And more importantly, it is like I have never even introduced myself to the Artisans Consortium. Which is a problem, because I think that's what's preventing me from seeing some of the quests. So I need to somehow magically figure out how I can copy my account data over. Because it doesn't seem to let me do it. I got the copy character button. My copy account data button is permanently grey. Permanently greyed out. I can get my character list to show. Eventually. Sometimes. I mean, it's a bit... There we go. I can get my character list to show, but my copy account data button just never works. And I can't quite figure out why this is. And until I can get my copy count data over, I'm kind of scuffed. It means I don't have pets. I don't have my pets. I don't have my mounts. I don't have any of my progress from Dragonflight. And weirdly, this is probably not something that's going to be an issue once the game actually goes live. But weirdly, it means that I can't simulate any progress from having Dragonflight reputations. Is it working on the PTR? I don't know.
Hello there.
Not that I think it'd make any difference doing it on the PTR. I don't think it's implemented yet. The forum's full of people with a grayed out button. Have I got access to the beta twice? How's this happen then? Have I got access to the beta twice?
Hello there.
Maybe you had Alpha all along and just didn't notice. Wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, this one doesn't seem to want to even... Oh. Well, I still don't have the copy account data thing. Does the copy not even work? Yeah, this doesn't even seem to work either, does it? Okay. This WoW 1 version of the client is odd. There's no way out of this now. Alright. Grayed out button on the service for me too. See, some people said they've had it work. Some people have been able to copy their account data over. So I don't know. Because I kind of want to copy one of my characters over, get, you know, Dragonflight reps, namely Artisans Consortium rep. Because I am absolutely no way going back and doing it at level 80 just for the sake of having it. No. Doesn't want to play a game, does it? Alright. Why is this bar not going away? There we go. Having knowledge of where all of these treasures are to begin with is critical for me. We have tailoring currently, so one thing I could maybe do. Surely the Artisans Consortium rep from Dragonflight wouldn't be a requirement for the War Within. Well, you'd absolutely goddamn hope that's the case, wouldn't you? I agree with you. I would definitely hope that's the case. But the Artisans Consortium don't seem to want to talk to me right now. Which leads me to believe that there's some prerequisite quests, or they haven't made the switch yet to, like, make this the Kazalgar, you know, variant of them.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. My directive has...
Are you skill 50 plus? Yeah, not on this character, no. But it hasn't worked on... I leveled tailoring last night. Because you can actually level tailoring on the leveling realms. Because you can mostly do it with vendor materials. Because it's a little broken like that. And it resulted in... Eh? Yeah, it still didn't result in any quests popping up. So... Took all my weaver cloth. Might do. Just in case. Change that. It's a convenient tool to have in my back pocket for testing.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your patronage.
Is there any Dragonflight equivalent of the fated fortune cards? Or the fortune cookie gamble? Tailoring, so not tailoring, sorry. Inscription is... I've not looked at inscription for a little while. Meaning that I don't actually know for definite. Because inscription seems very not finished yet. I kind of half planned to take a little bit of a look at inscription today. Yeah, I did half plan to take a look at inscription today. I'm not sure if I will get to it though. I have a trip round the Ringing Deeps to do. Still can't remember where everything is in this place. Let's start here. There are also profession masters to find for the additional knowledge. Yes, if they exist. If they exist. The easiest way... I've not had it confirmed to me in any way, shape or form that anybody's found any of them yet, so I'm going to assume they don't exist. Or at least are not implemented yet. Are there some dragon riding skills for herbing and mining from the mount available in the War Within? Yeah, same scenario. You have to spec into them. You are going to, for some reason, forget how to herb whilst on the back of a mount in the new zone. Even if you'd learnt it in Dragonflight, you're going to somehow magically forget it. So you're going to have to relearn it again via speccing into it, but it's an option, yes. Right, what do I need out here? I need 2 tailoring and 1 enchanting treasure from somewhere. Wound earthen pins, that sounds like a very good start. That sounds like a tailoring treasure to me. Where'd it go? In one of these buildings? Where are you? Hello? Is it not here? Am I not in the right spot? Another room? Is it like this one? No. We're in the right place. Phasing issue? Ability to herb from mount will carry over to the new expansion. No, it doesn't carry over. That was kind of my point. That it's a bit weird that it doesn't carry over. No, it's a fundamental skill at the end of the day, but you seem to forget it. Does not carry over. You will have to learn how to do it again. Okay, well there's nothing here. This makes me believe that there's a phasing issue on this one. Let me drop that as notes. same. Tailoring. Ruined earthen pins. Ringing. Deeps. Where are we? 48. 49. 49.33. Phasing issue. Find fix. At least I know where it is. Need to just figure out how to get into the right. What the crack is to get it. Does it have... Anybody on Wowhead found the same? In the Ringing Deeps, all the way down and to the right. Hang on, is it through another door somewhere? Oh. Oh, okay. You actually need to go in via... Need to go in via the inn. Aha, it's actually on just the other side of the wall, look. Okay, there it is. Head in via the inn main. Okay. It's a bit of a clusterfuck that, innit, with icons, but what are you gonna do? Something's better than nothing. Nice. One down, one to go. Oh, we haven't done the Dusty Prospector's chest stuff yet. Yeah, if I can quickly find these treasures for enchanting and tailoring, we might go and have a look at Inscription. I think it's probably the last major profession for me to have, like, a good look at. I've poked around with it a little, but it seemed very underwhelming and broken when I did, so I quickly put it down again in favour of looking at things that were less broken.
I know you're good at this.
Just a random machine chest. Not a treasure on this one. Oh, have I fixed my talents actually? I have, yeah, good. Ooh, That's our other tailoring treasure. Oh, I've got the name of that one. Nice. For the rares, why not? Apparently you can't interrupt his flamethrower. Or stun him out of it.
I need to target something first.
Dead. Rep again. Killing every rare every day. Every rare every day. Every zone. I'm already very concerned might become a thing. Every rare every day. Anybody that wants to track all of the rare locations and start doing weak auras and figuring out timing of them, you'll be doing God's work, let's put it that way. My guess is that the first couple of weeks people are going to quite aggressively focus on getting the reps done. Because they're account wide, they'll only need to do it that once. And once it's done sort of thing. And until the season starts, people will want something to keep themselves busy with. Goalmakers obviously have a different time because, you know, our season starts the second the game's available. The auction house is open for business day one. Yeah, every rare, every day, every zone. Probably going to be a thing. If they consistently drop 150 rep each a day. You could end up with like a couple of renowned levels a day just by killing rares available to you. Which once you've done the campaign gets you like renown 5, 6, something like that. Doesn't get you, you know, it's not going to get you exactly very far. Pottering around, I am like, you know, still sub renown 10. That a dirt pile? It is a dirt pile. Disturbed earth pile, I should say. Level up killing rares will be the meta, you say? I don't know how effective it will be from a leveling up perspective, but I'm starting to get the suspicion that rares will be an important thing for people who want to get the reputation done nice and quick. Because you got to remember, Sweaty McSweatisons are going to want these leveled up to max as fast as they can for the heroic rewards, right? Enchanted Runed Harbinger Crest. This can be used as an optional reagent to increase a crafted item's level up to 606. And there's one of those available at the end of every journey. So Mythic Raiders and the likes are going to want to be renowned 25 with the first 4 factions, preferably before the new raid launches. And they will do whatever is necessary to do just that. Any news on what will be available in early access? Some people say there won't even be jobs available. No is the easy answer. My suspicion is they will limit basically nothing. They will limit the absolute bare minimum they can get away with. I don't see there being really any reason why they would limit much. Mostly because, truth be told, They want people to see just how lucrative an advantage it is to level up. They want to sort of like hose down the people who are going to obviously complain that it's a shitty business move. And they want to put some people's minds at ease in that regard. But at the very same time, they want to also still showcase that giving us an extra $40 was worth it. And so maybe you should do it again next time, is the unfortunate truth for me. Plus, I think they will let us know as late as humanly possible. Because the later they tell people what's restricted, the greater the chances of them selling yet more Epic Edition pre-orders. They turn around nice and early and tell everybody that, oh yeah, you won't be able to do X, Y, and Z. Then some people go, well, it's not worth $40 then, is it? No, and they won't pay for it. It was a money play to give people 4-day early access, and so all handling of it will be a money play. They will restrict as little as possible. They'll make the $40 extra seem as valuable as they possibly can. FOMO the shit out of people. And make bank. It's pretty disgusting, but that's exactly how it will play out. I don't really know why I'm picking up all of these, to be honest, other than the fact that it gets them off my map, so it's easier to see what I have and haven't picked up. But when nobody else is in the zones picking up anything, absolute treasure galore. Worked for D4. I mean, it always works. This is why the gaming industry does it. It works. People wait months. Months and months and months. Years in some regards. People wait a long ass time to get their hands on the new expansion and the new content to play. You give people the option to spend $40 to get it 4 days before other people. A lot of people will go, yep, take my money. As an avid WoW addict, I don't mind paying for early access. Is that wrong of me to do so? No. No. It's not wrong of you to buy it. It's wrong of them to make it. It's wrong of them to offer it. Yeah, it's wrong of them to offer it. It's not wrong of you to buy it. It's hence why, you know, even in the real world, it is, whilst it is obviously still illegal to do drugs, people who sell drugs and offer them to people receive significantly stronger penalties than those who consume them recreationally. And it's same in this scenario. There's no ill feelings on people that buy the Epic Editions. The ill feeling is entirely the finger is entirely pointed at the people that offered it. And that in a game that is predominantly, well, it's not even predominantly, it's in the fucking title, right? It's a massively multiplayer online RPG, role-playing game. Giving people a 4-day head start in that scenario, under normal circumstances, would be labelled unfair. But because they put a price on it and they call it early access, people don't see it quite as unfair, or it gets a pass, which I think is. But due to the option being there, it is not your fault if you take them up on it. Lots of satchels, lots of reliquaries. Not the items I'm looking for. For active gold farmers, those 4 days are essentially worth millions of gold. Quite literally. Quite literally. Either in direct gold gains or even indirect gold gains by being able to spend all day farming when everybody else is rushing through to play catch up with their leveling. Like, even like directly and indirectly, it's a massive win for farmers. You know, they could close the auction house for 4 days. Technically, they could close the auction house for 4 days. People don't give a shit. You know what happens is they'll just farm for 4 days and then they'll sell it when the auction house opens. Like, it's no biggie. It'll make a blind bit of difference. This is why, unfortunately, if you are in any way, shape or form keen to utilize the start of an expansion, we get a soul sigil then. If you're keen to utilize the start of an expansion for its gold making potential, 4-day early access isn't optional. I'm going to be enjoying the War Within for what, 18 months at least, so missing a few days doesn't matter. Plenty of time to get bored with it. I envy players that can play the game with that mindset, because that's the right mindset to have. That is the very. Now, obviously, I know you're Finnish, and so I'm going to play on a stereotype a little bit here, but that's the very logical way of looking at it. Unfortunately, FOMO isn't a logical emotion. It is a very irrational emotion. It is based upon feelings, not on logic. You can't win a feelings fight with logic, unfortunately. But if you can separate your emotions, listen to them if you can separate them from the equation and listen to your rational, logical brain first, you'll often do better at making decisions generally. Also old enough to remember a life before WoW. Well, exactly, that's also true. There's there's many players who kind of can't. Hey, what have we got here? Oh no, that's another lost satchel and a rare. 8 mil, we can take 8 mil. You have to offer. Wow, is life? What do you mean? Yeah. What madness is this? Why you talk crazy? I remember life without computers or the internet. I am old enough to remember life without internet. But that's only because as a kid, my parents were poor and we didn't always have internet. Internet was still something that you paid for by the minute on your telephone line, which was dominantly expensive in and of itself. So my mum was like, no, we ain't having none of that. You can go to your friends if you want to mess around on flipping AOL. I remember going outside. That blue stuff that comes from the ground that's a little bit spiky sometimes. What's it called? What's it called?
I know you're good at this.
Glass or something? I can't remember. That bright yellow thing that hurts your eyes when you look at it. Yeah. Yeah. Don't make that mistake twice. Not looking at that again. Oh. Hurt last time. Okay, we're not having much luck on these two treasures, are we? Oh, what's this? No, another stinky one. Black and white TV sets. Alright, now you really are showing your age. CRT monitors carried around to mates' houses for LAN sessions. You didn't need to hit the gym back in the days of LAN parties. Oh no. Carrying around a CRT, CRT monitor. That was a workout. Blue question mark. Whoosh. I'm still going to sit here hating life when you guys start the war within and I'm in Valdrakken, but then look at all of the euros in my account. That is true. Right, I've had a good fly through here. I'm not being lucky today apparently. Maybe we take a trip into Hallowfall. Try somewhere else. How do you even get to Hallowfall from here? Isn't there a sneaky way through here somewhere? This it, yeah. Is this the one? Oh no, this isn't the one. Wait, were you called Frogger? Oh, Fogdrogger. Something. Thought they'd hidden some Froggers in a cave. Quick, get them. Steal their capes. Steal their cloaks. Too soon? Suppose it's not too soon, is it, on the internet? I was making Dr. Disrespect jokes yesterday. It's never too soon. Many people happily spend 40 euros a week on food deliveries. I mean, this is the thing about money. If you got it, and you've got it in abundance, who cares, right? This is it. If you've got it, and you've got it in abundance, who cares if what you spend it on? This is why, like I said, it's no shade on people who buy it. It's you point the negative finger at the people that are offering it for sale. Because they know it's a manipulation. They know there's people out there that will pay it regardless. That's the problem with it. It's not the fact that it, it's the business practice that goes on there.
Trade has overwhelmed our airships, but the road to the causeway is treacherous. Help us clear the path.
Where's this treasure box then? Is it here? Oh, hang on, there it is. We start calling it the real launch and late access penalties. I mean, I kind of already have. You either start... You start on the 22nd, or you start 4 days late. That's it. Right? You start playing on the 22nd. Global release for me is on the 22nd. There'll be an influx of players 4 days later on the 26th. But by that time, I'll be ready for bed. So... The war within. Oh, we've already won. Yeah, this is it. Turn up 4 days late. Sorry, mate. We've already done it. Completed it, mate. Insert J from the In-Betweeners meme.
Riders are stretched thin. For the Arathi to survive, we must settle in lands shadowed from Beladar's light.
Broke it. Oh, you're a beast. You got a lot of health. Trick with you. You're actually an elite rare.
Be our beacon in the darkness.
Let me search the clear and obvious places first. Towns and the cities. I want to come and play in Harrow Fall for a while, you know. I'm still confused by what all this flipping shit going on is.
The Lashrooms choke the life out of crops and farmhands alike. Parasites
I've really not utilised the fact they have a level 80 that can do all of this stuff on the beta yet. I saw somebody on a stream dropping 100 tier 3 subs. That's 2.5 bags. That's... Yeah, exactly. If you've got the money, you do what you want with it. If you're willing to drop 2.5 large on your favourite content creator, all the better for you. Honestly. You are literally at that point changing somebody's life. Obis Ritual Cash. Or the problem is, you are probably dropping 100 tier 3 subs in somebody's chat. You're probably giving 2,500 euros. Well, Twitch gets half of it, but you're giving a huge amount of money to a person that probably already has a huge amount of money at that point. That's the small-time, semi-jealous content creator in me that has that opinion, but. We heard it here. Manthius has a huge amount of money. If I was to show you my bank account right now, you would probably be rather shocked. Not in a good way. No word of a lie. I looked in my bank account a few days ago, and there was 69 euros in it. Of actual real money that I owned. Outside of that, it was empty. I do not make a lot of money doing content creation, and I never claimed to do so. It was a nice moment. I did appreciate the irony in the number. But then I had a small cry. But I also live very conservatively. So it's all good. Me and the wife, we do not have kids. Meaning that we do not have massively large expenditure every month. We have a nice house. We have a mediocre mortgage. We only have one car. We don't eat like kings. It's quite simply... This is... I only meme this on the basis of the fact that it's
You're just glad to see me.
It's
Both, I hope.
I do my absolute utmost as an individual to stay as far away from debt as I possibly can. Meaning I possess a credit card, but I basically don't use
Is
it.
that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Oh, Rated Fluffy
I
with the
hope.
gifts. Thank you very much. That genuinely, I know this is good timing and I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. This was not a woe
Let's
is me
make
situation
sweet,
that just
sweet
fit the
profit
conversation at the
together.
time. But thank you very much. If you got your gifted from Rated Fluffy, please remember to say your thank yous. That goes to Tony, Ahux, Name 0222, Will Webster,
Are you just glad
and
to see me?
Zosus.
Both,
Make
I
sure
hope.
if you are lurking, please remember to say your thank yous. Blizzard might be taking a big risk with the early access. Imagine spending the
Let's
first
make
3
sweet,
days
sweet
with
profit
frequent
together.
disconnects, login screens, bugs, potential bans from exploits. The people who pay for early access would shill the early access for years to come. It's a big risk, but it's also... It's a big risk, yes. But actually, in hindsight, well, not even in hindsight, the reality is it's not that big of a risk. Not that big of a risk. Every other game company out there is doing their utmost to charge 3 figures for a video game these days. And they are weaseling in, slowly but surely, ways to achieve that. And there is no chance that Blizzard was not going to follow the same pattern, you know. At least they are offering something even remotely tangible for the extra. We are seeing games come out that are charging €100 plus for their premium version and offering nothing more than a flipping cosmetic item for your extra cash, you know. It still doesn't justify the action in my mind. The age-old 2 wrongs don't make a right is very, very true in this scenario. That just because somebody is doing something even more heinous does not change the fact that you're implementing very predatory business tactics. But it is what it is. I'm just glad I get to, 1, pay for it with gold, and 2, consider it a business expense. I did realise the other day, actually, and I'm really hoping this isn't going to make a blind bit of difference, but I ordered the Epic Edition, and I accidentally applied it to the wrong account. I applied it to, when you go through the checkout, because I have 8 accounts, right? I accidentally applied it to the wrong account. So it's actually my auction house account that doesn't have any of my main characters, that technically has the Epic Edition on it. I'm wondering if I'm going to need to actually upgrade my War Within pre-order on my main account to the Epic Edition as well, so that my main characters can actually utilize the 4-day early access. I don't know if my balls up there is going to cost me yet even more. And I'm sure as shit not putting in a Blizzard, a ticket to Blizzard, because they're useless.
So many at the breach. Recover their holy tinderbox and bring them the blessing of the flame.
Right, I really can't find any flipping treasures at the moment, can I? Not the first time Blizzard's done it, they know the risk, true. Number 1, they get the money from the people who pay for the game and want it early like me. Number 2, they remove gold from the system from the goblins who sit on lots of gold. Boy, I'm glad you corrected yourself there, because it doesn't actually remove any gold from the at all. It simply is a redistribution. It's all the token does anyway. So that's no different to a goblin paying for their game time. If it genuinely acted as a gold sink in terms of it would take money out of the game, then that's a different story, but fortunately not. Right. This is second zone now where I'm struggling to find these treasures. There's definitely... Have I not found a single treasure, actually? There's 4 potential treasures out here, and I've not found any of them. Hang on. Hang on. Have I not found a single one out here for either enchanting or tailoring? No, I haven't. Where the hell are where the hell are these then? Where have I not searched? And where have they hidden 4 treasures in this zone? WoW's had the same problem as the real world in that a small percentage sits on a large amount of wealth and they can't figure out how to redistribute it. Imagine the blowout from the goblin community with a progressive taxing. It's odd to say, right? But I've often considered, and we spoke about this a little bit the other day. I've often considered what the game would be like if they really, really did knuckle down on the economy side of it. That if you did, like, nobody likes taxation in any way, shape, or form, and all the more so not in a video game. But conceptually, it always intrigues me, and I think one of the reasons why people like to make a lot of gold in a video game is because it gives you that simulation. It's a simulation of being wealthy for those who may not be wealthy IRL. This, I think, is why EVE Online has done so well for so many years, because it focuses way more on that. It's a game that's predominantly designed around giving you the potential to become something you are not IRL. And WoW's economy has been one of the strongest in-game economies in a video game ever. A game that has lasted 20 years and has maintained a relatively steady and stable economy throughout its entire time is something that's documented in university-level studies. People don't necessarily quite realize this. That whilst, yes, it's a video game, it also does incredibly well at the one thing most games fail miserably at, which is maintaining an economy. Even whilst figuring out a way to take a slice of the pie for themselves so that they, you know, Blizzard shaves their slice off the top, and they've somehow managed to squeeze that in without it disrupting everything else. It's a bit of a wonder move, honestly.
The darkness strikes out with threats not even our key flames can dispel. Aid us, outsider. Be our beacon in the darkness.
I'm starting to believe this flipping zone doesn't have treasures in, you know. Or the right treasures, I should say.
The creatures in the dark use fear to hunt the Arathi.
There is 2 tailoring and 2 enchanting treasures out here somewhere. I, for the love of me, can't find them. In fact, I've not found one yet. Illuminated footlocker. No, that's not actually one. That's the one that's in the cave. That one's caught me before. That's not one. It's just a regular treasure. Blizzard has created a perfect breeding ground for bots in the War Within. Log in, spend concentration, log out, repeat for 100 remix alts. Maybe. I know categorically there's going to be players that are going to go into the War Within with, like, a disgusting amount of characters. And there's part of me that thinks I should be on that. But there's also part of me that thinks that, well, even if I had 100 level 70 characters, would I, in any reasonable time frame, actually put them to good use? And I know I'm too lazy to do it. Quite honestly, I'm very, very of the understanding that I would be far too lazy to actually do it. So I'm like, if I'm too lazy to make the characters in the first place, I am probably also too lazy to do anything with them, even if I did, so. $205 so far. Haley's going for it. Those numbers. A friend of mine has his account full of druids other than one of each class, basically. Oh yeah, there's many players like that now. There's many players like that now. There aren't many viable ways of redistributing wealth, and in a way you could see repairing and consumables as taxes, primarily armor, but if you're sitting around crafting or don't engage in other content, you don't have that either. Yeah, there's not many ways to do it. What you in essence need to do, and I've said this for years now, is they need to provide some incentive to the mega rich goblins out there that is not an incentive to your average player. That's a very, very difficult thing to achieve. You need there to be something that is like, look at the real world as a direct comparison, right? There are very, very few things that the super wealthy want that regular people wouldn't also want. The mega rich buy mega yachts. I'm sure poor Joe, you know, would also like to have a mega yacht. They know it's never going to happen, but they'd still like to have one. This is what they need to figure out in World of Warcraft. They need to figure out a way, create something that the mega rich goblins will waste their gold on, that regular players don't have any care for, really. And that's difficult. You could look at the Brutasaur. Look what the Brutasaur did. They created something that was really, really, really expensive. But the problem is, it was really, really, really expensive. The Mega Goblins just bought it. But everybody else wanted it. And everybody else thought that 5 million gold was within their reach to be able to get it. And the Brutasaur single-handedly almost broke the entire economy in the Battle for Azeroth. It almost just ripped it a new one from every angle, right? Completely broke things for a few months. In terms of the fact that not a soul was buying a single thing off the auction house. People were eating, you know... People were eating salty spaghetti for dinner, whilst squirreling away every penny they could by running a Toll Desire 50,000 times a day, just vendoring everything they get to slowly creep their way towards getting that 5 million gold. So in a way, it didn't particularly work, because it took a bunch of gold out of the game, but relative to the amount of gold that it produced, probably didn't actually have that much of an overall net gain. Right, I'm about to give up with this flipping zone. I can't find a single treasure here. I think it's an illusion. I don't think treasures exist here. Biggest mistake of my life is that I didn't get the long boy. I wake up screaming some nights. Join the club. Join the club. I'm lucky I get to meme it up though for the sake of content. If I didn't stream and if I didn't make YouTube videos and if I didn't categorize myself as a content creator, I would, yes, kick myself every single day that I didn't buy the long boy. As it stands right now, I just make a joke out of it and it's fine. Was it rare over here? Right in the corner. Sneaky, sneaky. What is down this way? I can go this way. Never tried. On the map. Oh. No, we get so far and then it's like, nope. Please turn round. Oh, and it's fatiguing me. Go, go, gadget, go. Wowhead might have a list of the profession treasures, surely. Not most of them. Don't get me wrong, I know where an awful lot of them are. I'm just going... Those that have put the time and the effort to find them all probably are not also willing to share that information too widely just yet. I've lived in the goal-making community for long enough to understand how goblins work. It wasn't that I didn't play in BFA. I played a lot in BFA. I fundamentally made a bad decision. It is the basics of it. I spent most of BFA multi-boxing. I really enjoyed like making teams of 5 characters, for example, and running them through dungeons and figuring out how to, you know, solo dungeons, that sort of stuff. I really enjoyed a lot of that. Oh, there's one of the treasures at least. Of course, though, that was quite expensive to do. And I was funding it all entirely with gold. So my gold balance was slowly decreasing. I made a shitload of gold at the beginning of BFA with Dark Moon cards, like many people did. That then covered my bills for multi-boxing on 5, sometimes 8 accounts for most of the expansion. When it came to Shadowlands being announced and the pre-order going in for Shadowlands, I had 2 options. I had the option of either upgrade all of my accounts to Shadowlands using the gold I had, which at the time was about 7 or 8 million gold still. I had the option of doing that, or I had the option of buying the Longboy. And it's like, do I want one mount, or do I want to continue playing the game the way I've been playing the game for the last 2 years? And I was like, well, I'll continue playing the game the way I played the game, knowing full well that legendaries were coming in. I was like, surely having 8 max level characters will be very advantageous for the purposes of crafting and selling legendaries. So I'll just buy the Longboy off the black market auction house later on. How hard could it be? So it turns out very hard, and it also turned out about a month after I made that decision to upgrade 8 of my accounts to Shadowlands, they turned around and nuked multi-boxing, changing the rules and regulations around it, making it not, you know, exiled, but significantly more difficult to do. But by that point, I'd already upgraded all of my accounts, and it was already a little bit too late, and the Longboy was going extinct, and it was like, oh, balls. Luckily, we managed to go into Shadowlands with about 1.4 million gold. I remember this because I've told this story many times as well. But we went into Shadowlands with 1.4 million gold, and we left Shadowlands. Well, we peaked at I had 111 million gold at one point in Shadowlands, and then I stopped selling legendaries, and then I just started spending like a crazy person. And the reality is I probably have 40 million gold of that left. I don't even know. I've not really kept track of how much gold I have personally. I don't have anywhere near as much gold as I used to. Truth be told, I haven't really done much gold making in Dragonflight. I've mostly just played the game. Once they switch things up a little bit with work orders, NPC work orders look to be going in the right direction for me. It means I can still sort of like play with my professions for the most part without feeling like I borderline forced into engaging with like other people in work orders. This one called Rathy Rotary Cutter. That sounds like an engineering one, doesn't it? Oh, is that a tailoring one? Rathy Rotary Cutter, tailoring. Where are we? Hello, 4962. On the workbench. Side field. Tailoring. Tailoring. I've been very careful with my screenshots so that they always include my character name, and I've done everything on the Mantheus character. So for when these screenshots eventually end up being filtered through the internet, even if that's against my best wishes, there will be some reference, put the hard work into finding them. I know how the internet works. I'm not stupid. Right. Tailoring is the bottom row. That there. You're making real life gold though? Well, exactly. This is the thing, right? I've somehow, I'm not entirely sure how I've managed this, if I'm honest, but I've somehow managed to put myself in a position where I can play this video game. I still, to this day, try very hard to not consider it a job. I try very, very hard to make sure that as soon as it starts to even remotely feel like a job, I like take a back step and I'm like, whoa, slow down. Chanted Arathi scroll. There we go. That's why I couldn't find it, because it was hidden behind an icon on my map. Where's the... Oh no. Doesn't twinkle this either. Chanted Arathi scroll. (48) 49. Wait, hang on. Hello, fall. Top plate. 49.65. Oh no, planted a Rathies. Don't know why this one doesn't twinkle. How we doing, Zan? Welcome in. I returned to the game about a month ago, played Mop, Brutal Legion. 1 level 17, 5 more waiting when Remix ends, couple more 60s. What would you recommend to get into start making decent goal gains? You've already done it. You've already done it, my friend. You've literally already done it. Going into the new expansion with a handful of characters will be the biggest advantage. Short of making sure you just understand what's going on. Knowledge is power. I know it's almost a meme at this point, but it's true. If you've got the ability to, have a poke around the beta yourself, familiarize yourself with the lay of the land, understand, you know, what the leveling path sort of looks like. You'll very quickly pick it up. And the reality is, in Dragonflight right now, I can't in good faith recommend people do too much hard work in Dragonflight, simply because any effort you put in now will be completely trumped by just an hour of farming once the new expansion comes out. So the first few weeks, the first couple of months of a new expansion are just crazy times. Depending on how much gold you've already got, it's usually considered a smart move to start with some farming, because it doesn't cost you anything to do it other than your own time. So make sure you have a character that you're comfortable leveling with, a character that you're comfortable doing some herbalism and mining with, maybe some skinning on them. Collect some materials that are going to be valuable to others once the expansion launches, because there's just as many players out there like me that don't really want to spend too much time farming, but have got the gold to buy the materials off you. That's the theory, at least. But yeah, having a few characters up and running, you've kind of done the hard work already. Right, I'm short 2 more knowledge points here. Still missing 2 enchanting ones. These are the bane of my life at the moment, these flipping enchanting ones. Zanzibar, are you Dutch? Oh, he's almost Dutch. Almost Dutch. Oh, he's Danish. Oh, he's just answered you. Yeah, I'm sure Zanzibar confuses people because his English is too good. swear his English is better than mine some days. How much gold is needed to skip farming? Ooh, that's an interesting question. It's going to be very hard to tell. Because of course, going into the new expansion, we don't know what everything's going to cost. We can throw an educated guess out of there. For the longest time, I've had the opinion that you probably want at least 1 million gold before you sort of decide that maybe doing any more farming may or may not be worth it for you. 1 million gold is a nice round number. It means two things. It means one, that you will be able to probably level up most of your professions without too much, financial hit. A single profession at the start of a brand new expansion, if you are looking to get it leveled up and keeping it ahead in the first few weeks, might easily cost you 100,000 gold. There are some professions that will be much cheaper than that. There'll be some professions that are much more than that. You also should, in theory, be able to make some, if not all of that gold back by the time you craft things, sell things, and whatever. But so that you don't financially cripple yourself in game, I usually recommend about 1 million gold is a sensible amount. Now, obviously, many people will choose to completely ignore that advice. And it's not like you need to continue hardcore grinding once you've got 900k and then you get 1 million and it's like, yes, I never have to go herbing again. You'll quickly realize that certain types of goal making excel at certain points. At the very beginning of an expansion, you have to be an idiot to not make any gold, right? And this is because anything and everything you do, whether you pick up herbs, whether you get your rod out and go fishing, whether you craft food for people, whether you stand AFK farming in a 2x4 to gather cloth, whether you farm BOEs, literally anything you can possibly do in the game is going to make you a reasonable amount of gold. If you're just proactive about keeping busy at the beginning of an expansion. As you get more into an expansion, you might find that, crafting crashes hard, or the barrier to entry for crafting increases, making it harder to be competitive there. Or you might find that farming crashes. That it goes up and down, right? It goes up and down. There are periods where you can make 100k an hour doing farming, but maybe only 50k an hour unless you are super sweaty with a crafting profession. And sometimes it flips. Sometimes you might only make 10, 20,000 gold an hour by farming, but if you know what you're doing with the right crafting profession and the right recipes, you could just be printing money. It flips. It flips. It's not strictly that one is better than the other. It's often considered that farming is the kind of the thing you do, and I'm partly at fault for this because I kind of advocate this quite heavily, but like a lot of people think about farming as something to make a nest egg, and then they use that nest egg to do crafting so that they never have to do farming again. But there are times where farming is actually 100% the best way to make gold. So it does flip on its head occasionally. EU tokens at the moment are 407,000 gold for only 20 euros. Yeah, if you have, residual income, if you have spare monies lying about, buying a couple of tokens now, you can get the best part of 1 million gold right now for like 50 euros. If you're willing to throw 50 euros at it now, spending 50 euros now to make 1 million gold might save you 10 to 15 to 20 hours worth of farming once the new expansion comes out. Is 50 euros out of this hand worth more or less than 20 hours of effort once the new expansion launches? And let's not forget, the thing that makes everything so valuable at the beginning of an expansion is you are flooded with shit you want to do, right? You've got new zones, you've got new quests, you've got new dungeons, you're going to have delves, you're going to have new everything. Most players don't prioritize making gold very highly. Most players want to go on the rep grind. They want to kill the rares. They want to get the new loot. They want to, they want to play all of the new things in the game. And so they consider that time where they spend so that they don't have to make gold. So your mileage may vary. Your opinion may vary on this. But that's sort of my general opinion on it, at least. Chancing.
Belladar shift in your favor.
Right, yoink. Right, one tailoring one around here somewhere to find. That you? Right there. They usually come in pairs, these, I have noticed. Blizzard is not too varied in their placement of these. What if we just got the protractor? We are at 4068. On top 2 words? I always thought on top was 1 word. Oh well. Here's what I know. Nothing. Right, I think this is that everything from this zone? It is! Beautiful. Right, let's peace out of here. Down to Ashgahet. Ugh, yuck. Started in Dragonflight with 1.3 million, ended the expansion with about 22, after buying the War Within Epic Edition, D4 Epic Edition, and 1.5 years of gameplay. The first 2 months of the expansion were the most lucrative, made about 16 mil. Played mainly with Dawn Crafting Leatherworking, since those are my professions since the Wrath of the Lich King. Also farmed sometimes on Alt, mainly because I liked the Azure Span and loved flying around there. Yeah, if you gave it a good go at the beginning, there was loads of gold to be made. I still partly regret how much gold making I didn't do at the beginning of the expansion. Mostly because I made some horrendous mistakes at the beginning of Dragonflight. A couple of the horrendous mistakes I made were that I put way too many knowledge points in way too many of my professions into making bits of gear. And then realised just how aggressively I hated the work order system. And so practically chose to just, you know, not play with it. I also then I made such a conscious decision by the end of Dragonflight to kind of calm my ass down with gold making for the beginning of Dragonflight, since Legendaries burnt me the fuck out. I was toasted by the time I'd finished Shadowlands, and I wanted to just play the game, you know, level up some characters, that sort of stuff, take my mind off gold making. So I did, for the most part, miss the heyday of Dragonflight as well because of that, but it's fine, I don't care. Then accidentally losing 16 million gold on Dracothists wasn't fun. I've made some horrendous decisions this expansion. Oh god. Is there going to be something like the spreadsheet you had for Dragonflight gold making? Yes. Yes. It's not necessarily going to be in a spreadsheet form as much, but I can showcase what is in the works. I have a full guide going through. These are my notes for the War Within, all of the different professions and stuff. And I think I'm up to 165 pages so far. Of just everything I know about every profession, the locations of all sorts of interesting shit. Just huge amounts of stuff right now. There's some big gaps towards the end of it, because I haven't quite finished it yet, but it's work in progress. Will you release a page per week as time gating? Probably not, no. I'll probably make it available to people relatively soon. It's as long as I have the fundamentals in, I'll release it in early access. As long as the fundamentals are there and it is of some use to people. There's obviously what this will. The main goal with it, honestly, is to give people a heads up for maybe those that haven't either had access to the beta or may not have had the time to spend much time in the beta. So it's going to be very valuable for the beginning of the expansion. And it's something that I can progressively keep working on as we go through the expansion. My spreadsheet kind of was like... Truth be told, my spreadsheet for Dragonflight never really got off the ground. Mostly because... CraftSim came along and did an absolutely fantastic job of doing most what I wanted a spreadsheet to do. CraftSim turned up and did a phenomenal job. So my cheat sheet per se was a good template for people, I think, to build upon, but you needed to have good spreadsheet knowledge in the first place. I basically just saved people 15-20 hours of like building that. Where's this flipping road? Why can't I go down here? What have I missed here? Am I too low down or am I too high up? What's going on here? Maybe I haven't gone down far enough yet. Ah, here we go. Wondering why I couldn't get places. What am I looking for out here? 2 tailoring treasures. You have to increase your reputation with Mantheus, then do a quest and you'll get 5 more pages. Oh, you lot are funny. Don't give me ideas. The leveling sheet for each profession was actually S tier from your spreadsheet. That's the kind of something I might do again. That took a scary to say just how much time that took to actually configure. But I liked that aspect of it, yes. That is something that I can quite straightforwardly replicate, I think. So there will be some spreadsheet action, don't get me wrong. Like the only thing I can categorically say at this point is it will be distributed to Patreon before it goes anywhere else. Likely to be a gold tier Goblin Patreon perk. I've not done anywhere near a good enough job of thanking those guys that,
Were you followed?
guys and gals clearly,
This is your backup?
who support me over on Patreon. So the duteous thing to do is to make sure that those guys get it first. But I haven't figured it out yet. I'm still making the damn thing. Does the War Within have profession points that you need to farm weekly? I hate this in Dragonflight. Horrible system. Yes, that they will still exist. They still exist, but just this latest build, my last video actually, on my YouTube channel, is going over NPC work orders. There might be a slight follow-up to it today, because we had a blue post as well, talking about it in a little bit more detail. But my my first initial overview of NPC work orders is it should provide some catch-up for knowledge points. So even if you don't choose to run around with all of your professions doing weekly quests, there is going to be some instant week 1 catch-up system in place. So, oh no, I have to play the game to empower my profession. Oh no. Well, yeah, I know. Shock horror, right? If you don't play the game, you don't get the rewards. But I'm glad that they are slowly seeing the light, that it was a very aggressive system for Dragonflight. The first implementation was very harsh. You miss a week, you were just behind. You were fucked, right? Which is... some people like that challenge, and some people are willing to accept said challenge. But it doesn't take away the fact that it was very unforgiving in an MMO which has implemented so many casual-esque features over the years. It stuck out like a sore thumb, and it is of no surprise why it pissed people off. Anything in here? Rock bottom in. Maybe I should go where I practically know one is going to be first, and then I've only got to find one more. I've got both of the enchanting ones from Ashgahet. I hate this zone. I said this yesterday. I'm really not looking forward to having to spend a lot of time in this zone. And it's seemingly the end game zone. Annoyingly, I have the suspicion we might spend more time in Ashgahet than anywhere else, especially as crafters. And I really dislike the zone. Worries me a little. I don't want to be a negative Nancy about it, though. Why as crafters? There's a microcurrency, a sub-currency, whatever you want to call it, in Ashgahet called Kej. K-E-J. I don't know exactly how you're meant to pronounce that, but this stuff. Kej, right? Wealth woven into strands and saturated with aromas that convey their value to any vendor in Ashgahet. This as a microcurrency is the ticket to an awful lot of recipes. So whatever you need to do to get this in sizable quantities, you will need to do it. I have not figured out what those things quite are just yet, as I have, even on the beta, been reluctant to spend much time out here unless I have to. But just be aware it's a thing. Like barter bricks. Not exactly like barter bricks, but similar in that nature. You know, it's a sub-currency that's specific to one zone. There's a couple of them, actually. We've got, like, waxy stuff in one of the zones that you use on vendors. There's a few microcurrencies dotted around the place, meaning that you might need to spend a bit of time in each of the zone farming up certain currencies to be able to afford certain recipes. And of course, if you're trying to be the first one with those recipes, you're going to have to be ahead of the game on that one. Sorry to work, but I don't know how. Sorry to ask, but I don't know how it works. Never supported anybody on Patreon. If I sub for a month of Gold Goblin tier, then unsub after a month, will I lose access to said spreadsheet? Don't preemptively jump into Patreon because I have not decided exactly what I'm doing yet. This is me, you know, just spitballing ideas really more than anything. The reality is for me with Patreon is that Patreon gives people certain access to certain channels in Discord. I deal with most of it via Discord. Your tier of Patreon access is just linked to a role in Discord. And then when you have a certain role in Discord, you have access to certain channels, and those channels give you the perks, like the spreadsheet, for example. Like I said, though, I have not quite really figured out exactly how I'm going to do it. I haven't decided whether it's going to be a Google Doc that's shared. I have not decided if it's going to be in PDF format, which I then email people update. I've not figured out the logistics. I've not given it much thought or effort, mostly because it's not anywhere even remotely close to finished yet. So I'm I haven't figured all of that out. Alright, this is like the crafting quarter up here, so there's very much likely to be one round here somewhere. Yeah, because you might have noticed in the Discord, you'll see some people have orange names. The orange named fellas and fellarettes are the ones that have certain Discord roles that are linked from Patreon. The Rubian pincushion. Oh, there it is. I knew there'd be one round here somewhere. Go in pincushion. As pets. Where are we? 50, 17. Next to the tailoring. That's not how you spell tailoring. Eyes. Nice. That's one down. One down, one to go. Ha! It's got the elk plushie icon. I presume it's the Nerubian quilt that I'm missing. Looks a lot like the Nerubian quilt is the one I'm probably missing. With all these updated UIs, I'm still waiting for the long overdue vendor UI update with filters for recipes or rows to find stuff easier. You think we'll see that before the release of the expansion? It's a good point. The vendors are very... This is a very old school way of doing it nowadays, isn't it? It would, yes, be nice if they updated this a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items per page is like... Well, haha, I guess it hides the fact that some vendors don't ever even offer anything more than about 4 or 5 items, so... But yeah, you're right. With all of the UI changes, this would be nice. We're absolutely not going to see it. Compared to the spell book, yes. This is much neater and tidier. The fact that you can open it and hide or show passives. This is much nicer. I really like this. Looks more like a book. I don't like the new spell book at all. No? I much prefer this. The only thing I don't particularly like is it's slap bang front and center in the middle of your screen. Because obviously without the addition of add-ons, you can't move this anywhere. I do actually think that this is maybe slightly too large. Now, of course, if you're playing in higher resolution than 1080p, it's less of a problem, but they've clearly had to think about the fact that this is a big hooning great big window. Cannot combat with a spell book open anymore. Oh, what, having it to the side? Yeah, I suppose you can't, yeah. The fact that you can drag things and your bars pop up is well, I mean, it's borderline mandatory, honestly. But, yeah. Crafting window as well is better. Still not perfect, the crafting window, but it's better. I am still yet to ever use the mini window, though.
Together.
I'm pretty sure I have never used this mini window for anything. Hey, Bear with the 6 months. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Are you freshly relaxed after your holiday? Or are you back in work mode and stressed again? Stressed out instead. Whoops. I've asked. Somehow they've managed to make it too big and too small at the same time. I don't really know how to explain it. Too big and too small. You kind of mean that they're maybe not using the... They're not using the real estate as effectively as they could. Yeah, considering they've made all of the icons much smaller and the text smaller, there's a lot of dead space. There's a lot of dead space, like in UI terms. Yeah, there's a lot of dead space. It's got very large margins and all this buffers and, you know, this whole subsection where you have the page turn thing is never utilized by anything, even if you have different pages. Look, there's a huge, that's a good 100+ pixels that's just not doing anything. But yeah, I kind of get it. Blizzard's always had this problem. They need to hire that flipping narcissist guy double time. They need to get him on board. He's god tier UI. That flipping remix gem thing was just a work of art. I feel like the devs are sat there with 32-inch monitors or even larger, and they've made the UIs too large. There's also a good chance. I mean, obviously they test it for all resolutions, but more so, it's going in the right direction, clearly, because what I'm trying to get at here is they're clearly designing the UI to be high-res for players who are starting to play this game at more than 1080p. Like, you gotta remember, in today's age, 1080p is a pretty low-beat dog shit level resolution. The only reason I still play most games at 1080p is because I make video content and I also stream. And streaming is still, you are not streaming at higher than 1080p, certainly not on Twitch. 1080p streaming on Twitch is even they don't even give you enough bitrate to do that properly, in my opinion. What is this? This is just a regular strongbox. This isn't a treasure. I'm sure if you have the ability to play the game in 1440p or even 4K, all of a sudden this sort of stuff starts to look much better. Okay. Nice cheeky little box of goodies there. Whatever he asks for in pay him 3x. Yeah, that was it. Peter Yu is his name. Peter Yi. I apologize. He knows who he is. However much money he wants, double it. You could get him working for Blizzard. The UI would be so much better. Anybody with a higher Twitter follower account want to report this for me? I've wanted that since they added the damn button, but always end up using macros for my mounts. When can we expect a character-specific favorite mount button? Yeah, I tend to stick... I think I agree. I tend to stick mostly to a very select handful of mounts these days. So much so, I don't even really think I use the favorite mount button much at all anymore. Just too many goddamn mounts. The only reason I use the favorite mount thing is to keep the 10, 15, maybe 20 mounts that I might care about at the top of my list, so I don't have to search through a flipping great big, and more importantly, I don't have to remember the name of the damn thing. This is also way overdue something to make it look better. This is just dog shit. How many mounts are in the game now? Like, this is like scrolling through 500 mounts. Are you mad? Are you actually ridiculous? From a UI perspective, this is terrible. Actually terrible. Sure, you have a search feature, but that only works if you remember the name of the fucking thing. Yeah, oh my god. I can't see how they can improve the mount tab though. Easy. Give it this treatment. Give it this treatment. Boom. Use the fucking screen. I think the search is also just for the name, not the tooltips. You can do some smart things with it, such as you can search for, like, Island Expedition or something. So, like, I can search for Island, and it will show me ones that don't necessarily have Island in their name, but these are come from the island expeditions. I don't even think the word island is actually listed. Oh, islands. Maybe it does search the description as well. Island expeditions. So there are some smart search terms. That's clearly not going to work for everything. The amount of issues listed on that blue post for the NPC work orders scares me. Yeah, I read that blue post earlier. I will give people who are joining later in the stream my overview of this. So this was the NPC crafting order one. We'll very briefly go over this again, just for those that are joining later in the stream. Let me throw a link in chat to what this is. My TL... Oh, there's a flipping ad break going on Twitch as well. My TLDR to this is NPC crafting orders are random. In case you didn't get it, NPC work orders are random. 2 paragraphs out of 4 paragraphs telling you that they're going to be random, which is frustrating to me because I kind of wanted NPC work orders to be smarter. I was somewhat hoping, because they've tried to sell us randomness here. They've tried really hard to sell us on the fact that, oh, somebody might come along and offer these items, and some people might be fussy and they might want X, Y, and Z. That's a really, really long-winded way of saying that they're randomly generated. We have no control over mostly what they are. So they've spun a negative into a potential positive by just fluffing it up. Then obviously there's the advantage here of that there is going to be. This is the interesting line for me, actually, more than anything else. NPC crafting orders is the primary method for crafting professions to earn specialization knowledge. Now, it doesn't say only, but it does say primary. This means that whilst you might be able to go out and pick up a couple of treasures each week, you might be able to kill a couple of mobs. At best, that's probably going to account for 4 knowledge points. You are going to get most of your knowledge points per week by filling NPC crafting orders. Now, if you can get 4 or so easily each week by going and doing some game-related stuff, I suspect we'll get 8 to 10 per week from doing NPC crafting orders. Is kind of the concept here. It will also be your main source or your primary method for gaining artisan security as well. So you are going to be quite heavily incentivized to keep up with this, especially early game. Each profession has an allotment of knowledge points they can earn in a week, which varies from profession to profession based on the size of their spectre. This I don't like. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I've had people coming in and asking me why can they only get 12 knowledge points with alchemy each week, and it's like, yes, I know blacksmiths can get 15. It's just like, it just does nothing but cause confusion for people. When you actually look at the amount of knowledge points needed to fill your trees, they're actually much closer together in the War Within than they were in Dragonflight. There's a couple of outliers. Engineering still only has about 500 knowledge points, but most of them have 700 to 800 knowledge points now. So it could quite easily be that, you know, there's 15 knowledge points available per week across the board. Keep it simple. Because somebody might play with their blacksmith on one character, blacksmithing which still has, where's my numbers to hand? Blacksmithing has an ungodly amount of knowledge points to it. Where did I noted all of these down? Where did I put it? Leatherworking has 800, jewel crafting has 720, enchanting has 640, blacksmithing has 865, inscription has 780. As you can kind of see, they're all something around that sort of 700 to 800 number. Tailoring 670, slightly less. Enchanting 640, slightly less. Then you weirdly have alchemy and engineering. That engineering only has 480. There's like nothing compared to some of the others. It's nearly half what you have to get for blacksmithing. So there's some outliers there. That means that I guess engineering might only have access to like 8 knowledge points a week. 4 from going and picking up treasures, and then 4 from your work orders. But look at it from the perspective of somebody that plays with their professions, and they played with their blacksmith and they got 15 knowledge points in the first week. They then go and they go play with their engineer, and they somehow expect naturally to be able to get about the same amount of knowledge points on their engineer, and they'll get like 8 knowledge points, and they'll be like, why can't I get any more knowledge points? Keep it simple, stupid. Like, I don't agree with this aspect. I think this just is going to add yet more confusion on top of it, especially when the catch-up kicks in. These NPC work orders are going to be delivered through a bi-weekly selection of orders, similar to how world quests populate in Dragonflight. So twice a week on reset, and halfway through the week again, you'll get a new refresh to your NPC work orders, and you're going to have to cross your fingers. This is the thing I really don't like. You're going to have to cross your fingers and hope that you can do them. This is the thing that frustrates me probably more than anything else, that in the first couple of weeks you are going to just have to hope that you can do them, because their first 2 paragraphs have taken a lot of time and a lot of effort to say they're random. Right? You're going to have to hope that you can actually fill these. Either that you have the recipe for them, or that you are able to craft said recipe at said quality that is requested, with the materials that they may or may not provide you, that may or may not be good enough for you to, like, it's the level of randomness is going to be really frustrating with these. There is going to be nothing more annoying to people than a lot of RNG on a system that is meant to be the primary method for gaining knowledge points. That means you might be able to fill your NPC orders, but somebody else might have easier NPC orders. I'm not a fan of the randomness, if you can't tell. I don't mind this being the primary method of getting your knowledge point. Don't mind that at all. But RNG will fuck some people over, because that's what RNG does. Either you'll have spec'd in a direction that means you won't have the recipes for your NPC orders, and you'll just be goofed. Yeah, I'm concerned. I say this a lot, but I'm concerned. And if they hadn't spent 2 paragraphs trying to persuade us that random is fine, I would be less concerned. NPC crafting orders are personal orders that populate on a regular, predetermined cadence. So they start off by saying that it's predetermined, right? They try to distract you from the fact that the next 2 paragraphs talk about randomness. Throughout the week, various familiar characters from the world will submit orders directly to you in with a variety of possible rewards. So, random orders, random rewards. You may discover that some customers tend to be more willing to provide reagents to assist in the final craft than others. A fantastic way of stating that they might give you some materials, they might not, and the quality of said materials is also once again random. Certain customers are very picky and may only submit orders for very specific items. This is another way of saying that some orders will have optional reagents on them, some orders will have missives on them, some orders will have embellishments on them, which is going to vary the difficulty of crafting said item. Also stating random, right? I've already noted that some of the orders that come through are just flat out impossible. They're asking for, they're providing the materials, which you would think is a benefit. Oh, they've given the materials, great. But then the materials they give you are quality 1 materials, and then they're at the same time requesting high quality output. Well, we know that those two things do not synergize very well. If you want high quality output, you need high quality materials as well. Materials accounting for 40% of the crafting difficulty is going to make it borderline impossible for some people to fill these orders. In fact, a lot of people are going to find it almost impossible to fill orders. So the level of randomness is going to bend some people over. Some people get lucky, some people won't. To counteract this, don't fret whether you join the expansion late or had a rough time with a few orders. So they're already buttering you up for the expectation that you might get fucked over by RNG. You may begin seeing catch-up orders as early as the following week. The cadence and quantity of specialization catch-up orders increases as you fall further behind to allow for rapid catch-up, especially later in the expansion's life cycle. Can't really argue with that. A catch-up system was definitely needed. This is definitely a bonus, right? These catch-up orders are also typically much easier to fill by requesting more common recipes and cheaper reagents overall. I would rather just, you know, this is, they're going the easy route by not building any smart system into this, and then they're band-aiding it from the word go. They're delivering it to you in one bundle. They're delivering you a shit sandwich, but it's in a gold wrapper, so it's okay. I don't want to be overly cynical, but I don't like it. The concept is great, but they're taking the easy route. There's a better route here. The better route is make the system smart. The better system is, because they're personal to you as anyway, this is the point, right? The NPC orders are personal to you. Blizzard knows what professions you have. Blizzard knows what your skill is. Blizzard knows what you've spec'd into, what you haven't. Blizzard knows how many knowledge points you have. They could very much so, if they wanted to, ensure that your weekly knowledge points are at least craftable, right? There's going to be nothing worse than leveling up your professions, opening your NPC crafting order window and going, oh, well, I can't fucking make any of this. You're going to be back in the exact same boat that you were in Dragonflight. The reason people wanted some NPC orders was to remove that annoyance of not being able to find orders in the first place for various reasons, or the fact that you didn't personally have the recipes needed for the things that other players really wanted. NPC orders should be smarter than this. They should be smart enough to know that if you've spec'd into creating the best shields, then your NPC orders should come through requesting shields, right? They should challenge you to specialize in shields. It shouldn't be random. You've spec'd early on into shields, and it comes along and goes, yeah, I'd like a two-handed sword this week, please. Well, you're just fucked, aren't you? I want a two-handed sword, and I want it using quality 1 materials, and I want it at quality 4. Well, get bent. Like, I know it's going to be frustrating. Sounds like Blizzard is scared to implement a system that could possibly be exploited. I don't even think it's that. I think it's quite simple. I think it's really quite simple. That this is what's often referred to once again as a minimum viable product, right? They're doing the bare minimum they can to implement something, but they're not doing it to the degree that people would probably like it to be. Would that enable gaming it, waiting for the reset to spend your knowledge points? Well, this is also another thing. I hope there's no shenanigans with how they track how much knowledge points you have. I hope it tracks what your account total of knowledge points is, or that character's knowledge point total is, regardless of whether you've actually spent them or not. I don't even know. There is some positives. There is some positives that at least there is some element of catch-up system here. And it might have the knock-on effect that it hoovers up a lot of the cheap materials. Because if they do have the catch-up system, if it does actually do what they claim it to do, which is much easier to fulfill by requesting more common recipes and cheaper reagents, this could mean that the catch-up system also doubles up as a nice way to hoover up the cheap shit, right? The basic materials that end up stacking up. It could keep value in farming. It could keep the, bottom of the barrel materials to a minimum. So the catch-up system is okay in that regard, but first two paragraphs of buttering us up, basically saying that the system is entirely random, and then going on to even state that if you've had a rough time with a few orders, like you can do everything in your power, you might just get fucked by RNG. And they're openly telling you that from the word go. It's not the NPC order system I would like to see in its current form. This is why my video yesterday, I said it multiple times, that it feels like it's the very first implementation, very rudimentary, and I hope that this is just like the foundation for them to add the smart system on top that looks at your professions and tailors your NPC orders. This is kind of the whole point, right? There's a billion other people who play the game that randomly all want different things. Already, what I want from the NPC order system is I want it to be customized and I want it to be tailored to what I am able to do as a crafter. Meaning if I've spec'd into making boots and no fucker wants boots because there's a best in slot pair of boots that drops from the raid and nobody wants my crafted boots, I'd want my I get stuck because I chose to spec into boots. That's where NPC orders should come to your rescue. And they should be like, don't worry, here's a couple of NPC work orders for you to craft boots each and every week so that you can at least feel as if you're playing the game. Frustrates me. Anyway. That was a squirrel and a half, wasn't it? I used to think this song when it first came out years ago was about pizza and not deep down. Deep dish pizza. Not fond of the wording. You may begin seeing catch-up orders. That seems like you also may not see them. Yeah. When the community is more passionate than the actual game devs, it upsets me as well. Well, either way, you may see them because if you were caught up, you won't need the catch-up. Well, that's true, but the article finished, or should I say the middle of it, was better than how it started. 2 paragraphs trying to persuade you that random is good. 1 paragraph saying that if you get fucked by RNG, don't worry because we're implementing a catch-up system from practically day 1. But then the known issues. A reference for anybody that's testing this on the beta. The reward preview is not displaying all the rewards for a given order. I noticed this yesterday. Because if you do one of the NPC orders that gives you a reward, it's likely to highlight the main thing that reward gives you, which could be a recipe, for example, that you don't own. You will also get artisan's metal, artisan security, and that all comes to you in the mailbox. Customer-specific rewards are inconsistently being displayed and awarded. Customer-specific rewards are inconsistently being displayed and awarded. This leads me to believe that some of the NPCs are the ones that you're going to need to keep your eyes out for, because they're the NPCs that are meant to be dishing out, like the catch-up, for example. The number of orders on beta is slightly higher than intended, mostly due to knowledge catch-up orders always being active currently. This also scares me, because I didn't think there was that many orders. For example, if I, for example, on my tailor, even leveling up to 75 on my tailor, I think there was like 2 orders that were possible for me. This is going to be the thing, right? When you first start your professions, you might get that list of 14, 15 NPC orders. You probably can't do 10 to 12 of them, just by proxy of that you don't have the recipes yet. This is why it needs a smart system behind it, because the entire reason for its demand was because people get stuck because they haven't got all of the recipes yet. They get stuck because the direction that they spec'd into just happened to not be the direction that, you know, if you spec'd into rings and everybody wanted lariats, good luck selling fucking rings, you know? The NPC order system was meant to alleviate that stress. It was meant to provide you something that was like, okay, there aren't real people out there that want to order the things that you're able to craft, but here's a couple of orders that you can fill reliably so that you can still continue to progress. So tailoring yesterday, let's see what it looks like now. I simulated being, can I make this just see on screen? Apparently not. Let's open you. I simulated yesterday leveling up a tailor. We went through the training recipes, we leveled it up, we hit level 75. We're at the point where we're, quote unquote, ready to go do work orders for people. We haven't chosen what to spec into yet. Other than, you know, I could spec into something here, and I could probably start to get some points in one direction. Let's say I spec into unlocking legs, right? I would have to go in and I'd have to open my NPC orders, and I would have to hope, cross my fingers, that there's an NPC order to craft legs. I actually think what might be even worse about this system is this might end up being actually a bait for people to make mistakes. Because people are going to see this NPC order list, and they might not have spent their spec points, and they might go, oh, there's an NPC order to make grips of the woven dusk. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll go spend my spec points into unlocking this recipe so I can fill this order. Not necessarily knowing that that could potentially be a terrible decision. I don't know. You can't always account for other players' stupidity, but I have 15 orders here. If I filter out the ones I don't have the recipes for, I'm presented with 5. requesting quality 3 with some of the materials. Provided a rank 1 weaver cloth bolt. Well, that's going to make it remarkably hard. Not providing any spools of wilder thread. So for 54 gold, I am going to have to use 40 of my concentration just to fill this one order. Why the fuck would I do that? There's absolutely no reason to do that. Dead order. Pioneer cloth slippers, providing some of the reagents. Let's see out of all of these 5, which ones I would actually consider crafting. Reagents were provided by the customer. Both were provided by the customer. Luckily, I can make quality. I can guarantee quality 2 already. They're not trying to get too much out of me here. But this is one. I could just press the button. But let me ask you another question. Why would I press this button? Oh, no. You have not unlocked the necessary optional reagent slots to fulfill this order. So because I haven't spec'd into boots, and I haven't unlocked the ability to use missives on boots, oh, no, dead order. So dead. Absolutely, even though we can do it, there's practically no reason not to do it, because it's not going to give us skill points, and it's going to basically give us 54 gold for using 40 concentration. Not excited. Not dead, but dying. What about this one? We can't take this. Why not? Once again, we haven't unlocked optional reagents. So 2 dead and 1 dying. We can make a weaver cloth bolt. They want a quality 2 weaver cloth bolt. They have not provided any materials. So we'd have to use either quality... We'd have to use our own potentially quality 3 reagent here to make that at quality 2. Or we'd have to use 90 concentration to make 75 gold. Not excited. We can at least do it, but it's dead. Weaver cloth fishing cap. We have the recipe. Good start. They've provided the weaver cloth bolts. We have to provide our own thread. They want quality 2. Okay, this is one where we can, if we can cover the cost of 5 spools of weaver thread, we can make 76 gold. But once again, it's not going to give us any skill points. It doesn't really help us in any way. What this should show is there should be an NPC order that's tailored, personalized to the fact that if we craft an artisan's tailor's coat, it will give us skill points. This is the only recipe right now that gives me skill points. There should be something integrated into the system that recognizes what are the recipes that you own that will give you skill points. And there should be a custom order on here that's not random, that is saying, please make me an artisan's tailor's coat. So, it doesn't solve any problems at the moment, unfortunately for me. Doesn't solve a problem. So out of the 15 orders that it presents randomly, only 5 of them can we even consider doing based upon the recipes that we have via leveling our profession up. And out of those 5, there's only 1, maybe 2 that we might consider doing. But there are 3 that are just dead to us straight away because we haven't spec'd in the right direction for them. So it's not fixing a problem. You are still going to have to spend your life hoping and praying that you can find orders for the things that give you skill points, which was the original problem that we already had. I think we'll mostly do the orders for the acuity and the spec points. Yeah. Some of the recipes you don't have can be acquired from vendors. In terms of tailoring right now, the only recipes that I don't know that would also give skill points all come from the spec tree. Yes, there's lots of recipes I could go and get, but none of them are going to give me skill points. The only thing, and now I know this is focused specifically on tailoring, and this could obviously be, up for change. There's no recipe I can go and get from anywhere other than speccing into it very specifically. So yeah, I hope this is just a balancing issue that they can balance out and not strictly something to do with the NPC orders. But it highlights my point quite nicely that there's 15 potential orders here, and there's probably 1, maybe 2 that I might consider doing. But I'm not gaining anything from any of these 15 orders, which is why it then scares me when they turn around and say, oh yeah, by the way, the number of orders is higher than intended, meaning they're going to make there be even less orders to begin with. If there's 15 potential here showing right now and they think that's higher than it should be, and let's say they cut it down to 10, then there might actually only be about 3 orders that I might even be able to conceivably do after leveling my profession. I'm not overly excited for this. It just feels like fluff that doesn't do anything. It's kind of like what they did with public orders, making it so that anybody could put in any orders without any materials. It's fudging the books again. It's falsifying it's making it so that people can see orders all the time, but it's irrelevant if you're not going to be able to fill them. So we'll see. We will see. I'm trying to not be too negative on it, but I see some gaping holes in the system right now that the Blue Post did not do a great job of addressing. Imagine the person that just gets lucky every 3 days and gets ahead by a couple of weeks of everybody else. Don't know. The catch-up orders are already active on the beta, then they aren't helping much in your case. Well, they probably won't. They probably won't, because this character has 12 knowledge points already from first-time crafts, which, as far as the beta is concerned, is probably enough for catch-up to have not kicked in. What if we look at... I need to keep this character in its current form for my first look tailoring video. What if we pick something that is a little bit further on? Blacksmithing is still a little bit ropey. Leatherworking is a little bit ropey. What is it going to do and offer to professions that are less work order focused? I'm tempted to look at alchemy again. Where's my alchemy that's, I think my main dude. No, you've got jewel crafting. How far forward is this dude? Okay, this character was simulated in a way... Oh, I've fully specced into everything on this dude. I've not harvested every single recipe possible. But I've put quite a lot of progress into this character. So these are the 15 orders that are being thrown my way here. Let's filter out the ones I haven't got the recipes for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down to 6. Somebody's asking for a quality 3 cauldron. I didn't think cauldrons had quality. I didn't think cauldrons had quality. Do the cauldrons have quality? Oh, they do. Not providing the crystal forged cauldron. Well, that's a 60,000 gold vendor item. Fuck that one then. Rip that order. You want quality 3? You ain't got no shot, mate. No shot. So there's one dead one. Okay, a basic bitch potion. We can guarantee a basic bitch potion. You provided the vial. How very generous of you. You didn't provide any. I'm going to have to provide 8 Myco Bloom. Luckily, it won't cost me any concentration, but I'll get a 64 gold commission. Sure. Sure. We can do that one. So that's one that probably works. Potion of the Reborn Cheetah. 2 people want these. Provided the vial, the basic herbs. Not providing the rare herbs. So I'm going to have to provide the 8 rare herbs, which are most definitely going to cost me way in excess of 64 gold, I would suspect. They want them at quality 2. Well, at least we can guarantee a quality 2. Using some cheap herbs. But the likelihood is I would still be at a net loss by filling this order, because 8 of these rare herbs are very much likely to cost me more than this. Or this, actually, because even the consortium takes its cut. Madness. That's like 1.5, maybe. What's this order? Oh, at least this order provides everything. Providing me all of the materials. You want them at quality 2. We can do that. I should also point out that this is a scenario where I have a full spec tree, by the way. Full spec tree. So hitting the quality thresholds is much, much easier than it might be in the early days. So we can do that. But actually, with the reagents that was provided here, if we weren't so aggressively spec'd into potions, we would have to use concentration to make these at quality 2. Because they've only provided shit materials, right? They've given you materials, but they're giving you shit ones. So you're gonna have to then go and use your concentration to fill this in most cases. So also mostly dead. We have the recipe for this. Customer Millhouse is not providing anything. You're going to have to fully cover the cost of this. Wants them at quality 2, which at least we can guarantee. Still not very attractive to make 48 gold, if I'm honest. Slumbering Soul Serum. Providing some of the materials. Wants them at quality 3, though. Not provided any materials. Wants them at quality 3. Is only paying 56 gold. I'm going to have to not only provide all of the materials myself, I'm also going to have to use a lot of concentration. Unless I am using top quality materials here. To make 56 gold. Also known as no thank you. But once again, another profession, another scenario where nearly none of this makes any sense to me. I'm pretty sure that we'll have to spend concentration on these orders to unlock the rewards, at least early on. Yeah. Almost definitely. And this is because they've decided to go with this system of random. System of random. Randomly requesting random items with random quality, with random materials supplied or not supplied. With random optional reagents some places. Let me have a look at jewel crafting. Block Millhouse. Put him on the ignore list. Get him gone. How's this character made up? This is another scenario, I think, where I have leveled the profession up, but I have not spent any spec points. I've only got 6 knowledge points by leveling up. So this is a week 1, early days, Jewel Crafter. Looking to find their way in life. Has not yet gone out to aggressively find new recipes. Might start looking at some crafting orders. Has 13 potentials. Let's filter out the ones we don't have recipes for yet, because we're still, you know, first week of the game. 3. So that 13 goes down to 3. Let's see if there's any of these 3 we might actually contend looking at. Well, engraved gem cutters, providing all the reagents. That's a good start. Going to give us all of the reagents. You want quality 2 though, because you've decided that there's an ominous energy crystal to be used in here, which will increase my ingenuity by 8, which is nice. You know why that's nice? Because I'm going to have to use concentration. I'm going to have to use 53 concentration to fill this order. Whereas if I was to use higher quality bismuth, I might get away without using concentration, fill the order. So that's a 50-50, even though it provides all the reagents. Gilded vial, not providing anything. Not providing any of the materials. Wants it at quality 3. Not possible. Straight up not possible. I'd have to at least be able to guarantee quality 2. To then use a shitload of concentration to make it quality 3. I would have to throw some seriously high quality gemstones here. I'd have to contribute my own quality 3 crushed gemstones. And then probably use an awful lot of concentration on top. I'm yet to find an NPC order that looks like something that might be attractive to press the button on. This almost starts to feel... This starts to feel worse. Not providing any materials. You want a quality 2 inverted prism, not providing anything. Not providing anything whatsoever. And you want it at quality 2. Another character for the block list. But it's just not good. It's just not good. Oh, now this is one... This is reverted back to showing one that's got a reward on it. The reward is going to be the captured starlight optional reagent recipe. Well, in that case, let's bite the bullet. Let's try and do this. Let's try and do this then. We'll go, all right, we'll do this one. We've got the recipe. We'll give this a good go. We'll give this our best efforts, right? We are going to have to provide our own gleaming shard. We're going to have to provide all of these ourselves. Let's just say I go to the auction house and buy a gleaming shard. I buy a quality 3 gleaming shard at exorbitant cost to myself. Asked to make sure that I don't have to use concentration to make this. We can create it at extreme cost to ourselves, by the way, because we're providing flipping everything. Cheap. Cheap ass dude. Try some mats next time. Complete the order. We get 53 gold for our hard work. What do we get here? 5 artisan security. Here's your rewards from your crafting order. 5 artisan security. It's just not exciting. Like I don't feel this in any way, shape, or form addresses the problems that people had with the system in the first place that warranted NPC orders to exist from the word go. I don't think it serves the purpose. It also said, by the way, that it was meant to give me a recipe, and then it didn't. We know that that is kind of bugged. But look, there's 3 here. Captured Starlight. It's going to provide me the recipe. Wait, hang on. What is the actual reward for this? A Remembrance Stone. I don't have the recipe, though. I don't have the recipe for this. These are bouncing around and being random each and every time. And now they've all gone. Not providing the blasphemite. Yeah, that's going to be fun, right? Thanks for the spark. Not providing anything else. You want me to make you a free piece? Like, I don't know. Like, this is everything. This only exacerbates all of the frustrations that people had with, like, work orders in the first place. What do you want? You want quality 3. That means I'm going to have to give you some max quality gemstones.
Well, spit it out.
Please let me buy them off an NPC.
Careful out there.
Hail.
Even NPCs are scamming players now.
We shall meet again.
So I have to fund the top quality gemstones myself. I have to fund all of the materials myself. Then have to use 53 concentration as well, even to be able to make it at quality 3. This is also kind of insulting, by the way. The fact that the consortium takes a cut. It's like, what? What are you taking a cut for? Complete order. Gone over. 30 artisan security. Now, why did that give us 30? Why did that one give us 30 over the one we did prior that gave us 5? I'm going to assume it's because the requested item was higher quality. That some sort of logic? What about this engraved gem cutter? Start this order. They provided all of the materials. Can we at least override the materials? No, if they provide the materials, you can't override them with better ones. So I can't... I'm now not in a position where I can choose to upgrade the materials provided so that I then don't have to use concentration. I just have to deal with what was presented to me. Meaning I have to use the concentration here. Make this. This is also one of those scenarios where then providing the materials can actually be a negative. Okay. So we did all the 3 orders that were possible for us to do. That time we got 10 artisan security. We got 5 once, we got 10 once, and we got 30 once. So it was a mini way for us, in essence, to have, like, quote-unquote, buy our artisan security there. I just worry people will make the mistake. I really, really worry that people will make the mistake. Like, they'll get dollar signs going in their eyes, right? They'll get the dollar. They'll see an NPC work order, something big and fancy, and they'll choose to spec in. They'll then go, oh, what do I need to make this fractured gemstone locket? Where do I get a fractured gemstone locket from? They'll go, ooh, fractured gemstone locket. Fractured gemstone locket. Delves heavy trunks. They'll get the recipe. Then they'll be like, oh, you know what? I need to make this at quality 3. Shit, how do I make this at quality 3? Right, well, I'm going to have to put all my spec points into this direction to make this one order. And then they're just going to be completely bent out of shape with their spec points, because then they're going to be like, oh, well, nobody else ever wanted this exact set. Oh, I don't know. I do think you should be able to override. I think that is vital. If they provide all of the materials, at face value, providing all of the materials is a bonus. But in a scenario like this, where they provide you all the materials, and the materials they provide you are dog shit, this forces me into having to use my concentration to complete this order. What if I have some quality 2 or quality 3 decorative lenses that I'm willing to use on the order instead? You should be able to go and override the provided materials if it aids you in reaching the requested quality, I think. And then it, at the very least, gives people the choice, which was kind of the design of this in the first place. Where do you get concentration? It generates over time. Correct, yeah. It slowly trickles back in. Is it clear yet what is a good use of spending your spec points? There's less bad ways you can spend your spec points this time. But there will still be some routes that will be better than others. What's rough in this case is that some builds can potentially be terrible if you get unlucky with NPC work orders in the first couple of weeks. Like I said, I use the example of, like, if you spec into making shields, and then your NPC work orders come through and go, hi, I would like a 2-handed sword, please. You're just shit out of luck. Well, there's an order I can't fill. Right? You know, I've spec'd into shields. I'm trying to make shields for people. The NPC orders then are useless for me if they also turn around and say, well, I want 2-handed weapons. I just don't think it serves any purpose right now. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But on a couple of different professions, right now, it doesn't look like there is ever a distinct reason to do it. How's this leatherworker looking? You're just hoping, like, I don't know. It's too much RNG. It's too much randomness. They've chosen to go the route of random, and they've tried to fluff it up as that random is good, and it's fine if random is random because at least there'll be maybe next week you'll get lucky. I don't want to. This leatherworker. Oh, I think this leatherworker is maxed to the hills, right? All apart from the PvP recipes, this leatherworker is tippity top everywhere. Full spec trees, absolutely balls to the wall, everything you could possibly imagine on this leatherworker. How many of the orders is this character going to care about? So, for starters, there's a lot more we can choose for because we are balls to the wall. We've unlocked and learned everything. What could this possibly be offering to us as a reward that we don't already know? A defender's armor kit that's already known. Interesting. We'll take the order anyway. You want... We would choose to take this order predominantly for its first time craft bonus. 575. You want it at quality 4. We can't quite guarantee it at quality 4 as it stands right now, but let's say we take the order anyway. Sure. We took the order. Our game crashed. Iron Jesus says no. Should we try that again, Sherry? Said too many negative things again, I know. It got sniped by somebody else, yeah. Okay, no, it's still here. It's fine. They want it at Q4. They only provided their spark, so we got to provide everything else. Can we jack up the amount of these? Use quality 3 of these. That's nudged us forward a touch. Let me use some better quality. Boom, there we go. We can use some better quality storm charge leather. Means now we can make it a quality 4 without needing to use any concentration. I would hope that a quality 4 order should start to provide me quite a lot of artisan security. He's paying us literally pennies. So we're getting scumbagged on the commission. But we get our first time craft bonus. Not that we need it, because we're fully spec to the hills on this, but we make it. Yeah, we use our own reagents. 2 spore coat hide, 150 storm charge leather, and a Chilton armor barding. 10 bottle storms. 54 gold. Totally worth. Let's say we're willing to pay the price. Complete your order. There you go. If we don't get like 1 billion artisan security in the mailbox. 5? 5? Oh. Okay. 5. What's in this one? Why does it come in 2? Oh, and 10, sorry. 10. 5 was probably the first time craft bonus. The 10 is the actual reward for doing it, because look, here's our Defender's Armor Kit. Which apparently we could then sell, technically. Because we already know it. Okay. Sweaty McSweaterson Leatherworker wants more. More. Give me more. More. Give me more. What else have we got? Feed me. Feed me. Another ruined banded leg wraps, quality 4, providing some materials. What some materials? Oh, some meaning you gave me the spark again. All right, I see what we're doing here. You want this at quality 4? All right, we'll do it. We'll provide the materials. We're good guy. We're gonna give it a go. We're gonna have to address this quality situation on the old materials here. There we go. Boom. Let's take those down because those are fucking expensive. Take the. Oh, we haven't got those ones. Alright. Can we get away with quality 2 in here? Do we use 12 concentration and use only quality 2 here? Sure, let's do it. There we go. Quality 4, guaranteed. Bish, bash, bosh. First craft bonus. That's probably going to be worth 5 artisan security. Yep, we'll use our own materials. Interestingly, it didn't take all 12 of our concentration there. Meaning ingenuity might have procced. Well, that was worth the 48 gold. So probably 2 more males. One's going to be 5 artisan security. And then we're going to put money on. No, it just straight up gave us 10 this time. Okay. Unless it took 12 just as you generated some more. Maybe. Right, you're offering a reward. Spelunker's leather foot pads. Reward. Another Defender's armor kit recipe. Providing fucking nothing. Scumbag provides nothing, but wants a soul sigil on it. Sure. Luckily, I'm an absolute god at leatherworking, so you're going to get one at quality 5 whether you like it or not. How about that? Go. Pay me handsomely. The highest I've seen is 30 for a single order. I can't seem to figure out exactly if there's any logic behind these prices. I do think they said that none of this is actually balanced yet, but inconsistently being displayed and or rewarded. Yeah, knowledge, catch-up knowledge, and acuity are not yet tuned. What about a crystal-fused hide that's providing all the reagents? Well, that's easy business, right? That's 50 gold in the bag. That's probably the first order that you might press the button on and be happy about. GG, this one is actually just free money. Not to mention, you should be able to start harvesting resourcefulness and multi... Whoa! I wonder what happens if you proc multicraft on these. Now, I know in normal circumstances, multicraft only goes to benefit the person that places the order, and resourcefulness benefits you. Results window don't show up properly anyway, but if we get to keep the multicraft, that would be cool. Okay, that one was just a straight win. Didn't cost us a penny, that one. We actually made money on that one, would you believe? 125! We made one reagent! Damn! Shit me. Alright, let's go again. Still got orders to fill. Some materials. You provided the spark, good on you. You provided 3 writhing hide. You want it at quality 3. You've provided dog shit materials, but you're going to throw me another defender's armor kit. Sure. Already guaranteed. We'll use the most basic materials we can. Go. Still cost us a couple of Gloomfathom hides, which is not going to mean that this is profitable. Order complete. Yeah, we also didn't get the recipe again there like it claimed. Yeah, it's seriously bugged, but even excluding the bugs, even taking the bugs out of the equation, I still don't really feel that this system has a purpose. Yeah, I'm about ready to put this as a system down for a while now. As I think I've kind of said all I've got to say on it, which is that I'll pay the price to get the knowledge points and acuity each week, I think, probably, maybe. But I really don't think it serves its purpose particularly well. For me, the one thing that I really wanted this NPC work order system to do was to alleviate the weird situation that people found themselves in, where they'd spent their spec points in a certain way and then just didn't feel as if they had any way to progress further. Because they weren't able, like, either they weren't able to, or they're on the wrong faction, or they play it like off-peak hours. Like, whatever the reason might be for you to struggle to find natural, legitimate, real orders, is where I wanted the NPC order system to step in and go, look, here's at least 1 or 2 things you can do, right? Give you some sense of accomplishment. But this system doesn't give you any real sense of accomplishment. It just feels like another system that's going to punch you in the face more often than not. It feels like a slot machine. It feels like a slot machine. It feels like you know you're going to put money into it in the hope that you might get something out of it. It feels like a slot machine.
May the eternal sun shine
I don't know. Feels like a bit of a swing and a miss. Honestly. Feels like a bit of a swing and a miss. Let's not throw any more focus or attention on it, because that is literally what I feel it is. A bit of a swing and a miss. I was excited when I woke up this morning and I saw there was a blue post about it. And I was hoping I was going to read the blue post and it was going to say, yep, this is the foundation system. It's a little bit buggy. It's a little bit broken right now. But this is what we plan to achieve with the system. Whereas instead, what they've done is gone, yes, this is the system. Yes, it's going to be RNG as all hell. And no, we don't really plan to do anything particular with it other than what you see now. I feel the purpose of this is to stop the gap in leveling where they can't do anything without people giving them sparks, not to make gold in any way. You can't even do that though, because the orders are random. This was the thing, right? You get to that position where you get to that position where the only way you get your remaining skill points is by filling those orders for people. And unless the NPC system is smart enough to recognize where your opportunity to get skill points is, it doesn't do that. It just doesn't do it. Feeding a lot of generated gold into the economy. I mean, that's also the thing. The commissions, I think, are borderline insulting. Like, let's not forget a world quest. If I pick a random world quest off my minimap right now that clearly don't work because everything's a bit buggy right now. Can I actually see the rewards for a work order? 30 Valor Stones. Where's a work order that gives you gold? 37 Resonant Crystals. Most of the world quests give you gold as well, but like... Typical, I now can't find one and it's bugged. My point is with this that even basic world quests give you more gold without the need for you to level up your professions first, you know? Give us somewhere between 1 gold and 2,500 gold at least. When it's every 3 days, and considering we have to use many of our own materials. Well, yeah. Yeah, considering in most cases we're going to have to use our own materials, true. I don't like using the script errors thing to turn off. Yeah, in retail I do that, but on a test platform, like if I'm getting errors, it's for a good reason. Anyway, let me find. I've got one more tailoring treasure to find out here somewhere. Where are you? I guess I can actually do a quick guesstimation on which one it is as well. Tailoring. The Rubian quilt. It's going to be in one of the main city areas, isn't it? Yeah, the like 50, 60 gold a piece. The gold seems to be like between 50 to 100 gold a piece. Now, if you multiply that by 14, you're looking at what? 600 gold? There it is. Aha! Oh, that was quick and easy. You're looking at what? 600 gold? If you do all of your orders ish, 700 gold. But I shit you not, to fill those 14 orders, it is going to cost you way more than 700 gold. So, you are not going to, in any way, shape, or form, be able to use NPC orders to make gold. With the way that it currently stands. Unless you very aggressively cherry pick only the orders that have all of the materials required. And hope that you don't need to use concentration on them. Which might be one order a week if you're lucky. I know it sounds like I'm being overly negative on this. And I don't mean to be. But it's because I don't really fundamentally think that the system does what the system is needed for. It's what's often referred to as not fit for purpose. It's not inherently bad. It just doesn't solve the problem it was designed to solve. And it's, once again, even one of the problems, e.g. like knowledge point catch up, even one of those systems, it's going to come at both a cost. Filling those NPC orders is undoubtedly going to end up ultimately costing you as a player. You're not going to make anything from it. You're going to have to spend your gold filling those orders. The catch-up system is then going to presumably cost you as well. And the point is if you're catching up, you're going to find it more difficult. By virtue of being behind, it means that you are not going to have the skill. It means you are not going to have the knowledge points. It's going to mean you are not going to have all of the recipes. Meaning as a catch-up system, it's pretty poor at catching you up. Because you might have a list of 15 orders and only be able to do 2 or 3 of them. And then by the time you have caught up, then all of a sudden you could, in theory, do 6 or 7 of them. But then you don't need to do 6 or 7 of them because you've already caught up. It's backwards. Another backwards system. If it replaces the weekly profession quests to get knowledge points, I already like it more. Well, we already suspect that there's weekly quests to fill work orders again. Surprise, surprise. But the weekly quests might disappear. Are there any knowledge point drops from mobs along with treasures and dirt? Yes. Yes, you will still need to go out and farm some treasures and kill some mobs. But that might amount to like 4 knowledge points a week. Okay. Right. That's 2 to go. 2 to go. See if we can get out of here alive. Nope. Do we still have the master NPCs that give you like 10 knowledge points? We haven't found any yet. Or if anybody has, they've kept it remarkably quiet. Right, flight path. Oop, that's a building. Flight master.
The weave has delivered a customer.
Hang on, the wife's calling. Please hold. Okay, right. I've got 2 more treasures to find. One tailoring, one enchanting, which I both believe they are somewhere in the Ringing Deeps. The chances are they're both in a similar spot. And it's just going to be one corner of the map that for some reason I've not looked in. Because they often come in pairs. You and Zan should make a podcast sometimes. It would be good for both of your channels and provide feedback for Blizzard. If it does any good. Zan's done his podcast before. He did his podcast with Jack. I'm shit at podcasts. This is the one reason I have not gone down that route already. Mostly the fact that I'm just a shit interviewer. I can answer questions all day long, but I am offensively bad at drumming up conversation. It's just not in my skill set, unless I'm trying to sell something. I'm just not good at that sort of stuff. I think I did Zan and Jack's podcast once or maybe twice. I can't remember. I think I filled in one week when Zan was away. Can't remember. But I found it incredibly awkward. Who knows? Never say never, but it's not something I've got any plans for right now. There's a treasure here that was here and now isn't here. Brimming Deep Lost Satchel. Yeah. I've spotted a few treasures now that seem to have a prefix to indicate their thickness. Can we do this blocked intake again? Look at the amount of people hovering around this. This still shows on my map even though I've done it. Non-WoW related question. What color is the wall? I like it. Very non-WoW related. I don't know. I think it's what you'd probably consider eggshell white. It's a slightly off
We've got
white color.
another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
I don't know. I wasn't responsible for painting this wall. It was this color when we bought the place. So I'm, for the most part, guessing. Man answer, it's white. Woman answer, eggshell white with a hint of grey unicorn fur. with a speck of positive vibes. Sure. I do remember at one point in history answering the question of what color should we paint the bedroom wall, and I think my response was any color you want as long as you do it. It was like, I couldn't care less. Mrs. Manthius will often, like, you know, she'll turn around and be like, oh, do you like the flowers in the kitchen? And I'm like, there's flowers in the kitchen? Just no idea. I don't see things like that. That was a risky answer. It worked out alright. Hang on, there's a glyph around here. Went bazing at me. It's sneaky up here. No, that's not a place we're allowed to go. Who put that invisible roof in? If you want to know what colour the wall is actually, take a screenshot, put it in Photoshop, use the pipette tool, it'll give you a hexadecimal colour. That's the real man answer. There you go. Magic. That'd be different depending on the lighting. Not necessarily. Your eyes interpret it different based upon the lighting. Doesn't necessarily change what the color is. What's that chessboard? Is that picture of a chessboard that showcases that very well, isn't there? That optical illusion. Animated enchanting dust. Oh, hello, here we go. Stop spawning shit.
I need a target.
Nice.
I can't attack that.
There's definitely hang on. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Chess. Full illusion. Right, here we go. Here we go. Right, so, for example, right, this is an optical illusion to showcase that color A and color B are actually the same color. Square A and square B are actually the same color. It is an illusion. So if we copy this and we go Photoshop, wang it in Photoshop real fast. Once my Photoshop loads, it's definitely definitely not a hooky copy. Oh dear. Oh, this is because I'm streaming at the same time. Alright, sure, whatever. We use the pipette tool on this thing. Yeah, it is making my everything go slow. Maybe we'll exit out of this in a minute. A port. I think I have broke shit. Hang on. I think I have broke shit. Anyway, right. Color A. Color A. Where do we get the hexadecimal codes for color A? Like here. Properties. Oh, I don't know. We go B. Okay, stream is crashing. Well, do this yourself. The pet tool on A, pet tool on B. It's actually the same color. Quite literally the same color. Is it less broken now? Less broken. Looks less broken. I mean, I guess we can do it just in paint, right? How do you see hex codes in paint? I don't know. This is color A. Pet tool. Color B. Do another wiggle. Oh look, they're the same. Yay! A and B, both exactly the same. Goes to show, lighting is often an illusion. $78.78.76 is the hex code for both squares. There we go. There we go. Anyway, I just think that's a cool optical illusion. Why do we find these squirrels all the time? Where do these squirrels come from? They pop up. My Twitch dashboard on. Right, is the encoder still overloading? What the fucking hell's going on here? I think I've foobarred shit by loading Photoshop, you know? Why is my GPU having a heart attack? Heart attack. I don't know. Running one instance of WoW. I have legit no idea why my GPU is being maxed out. Probably that Photoshop is still doing some dumb shit in the background. Now, one thing I will say is my World of Warcraft client is using 6 gig of RAM. That seems pretty high for WoW. Next time, set a graphics card donation target in the chat before pulling this kind of trick. I don't know why I don't know why my GPU's gone mental. Let's do this real quick. My graphics card gonna calm the fuck down now? Is it an intro fighters thing? Is this what's doing it? Surely not. Well, remind me never to open Photoshop on stream again. Is it still going crazy? Okay, I don't have any way to fix this. Photoshop Bitcoin mining, probably. Right. It works, so it does. My hardware is plenty good enough to run all of this, by the way. It might only be a 3070 graphics card, but I've got 64 gig of DDR5 RAM, and I've got a 7900X processor. There's no issues there. They are quite happy. My graphics card is stuck in some weird random encoding bottleneck. Grab this treasure. Oh my god, this is pet do pet things, holy shit. Wait, what? Stop spawning! Motherfuckers, where do you keep going from?
I need a target.
Oh! Ah, I got done over by lag. Targeted the wrong dude. Is it? I mean, my end, it doesn't say that it's doing any problems now, by the way. Are you guys still having stuttery business? I've not dropped a single frame. My encoder seems to be more than happy again now. Animated. Counted dust. No, we're not in Hallowfall, are we? We're in the deeps. Where are we in the deeps? We are at 60, 67, 67, 66. Now it's fine. It should be fine now. Beautiful. That, I think, is the last chancing treasure. Yoink. One more tailoring one. That one over here. Where did it go? Definitely saw it somewhere around here. This one. Oh no, this is just a random ass chest. Only now it fixed from the moment you pressed Adobe button till now we've seen like 6 frames. Ah, okay. Well, both my end it seems to state that everything working as it should. Both on YouTube and Twitch. So I can't tell. Where is this last tailoring one? I sense it's in this mine somewhere. What's the name of this last tailoring one I need? The on-time trip. Earthen Stitches Snips. Definitely mine, isn't it? Definitely mine. Oh, actually, there's also a TomTom waypoint for this one. Knew it's round here. Aha! There it is. Earthen Stitches Snips. Planning on putting these in the cheat sheet. I have a currently 168 page document of notes for the War Within. So yeah, you're right. It's a little bit more than a spreadsheet at this point. More details to come soon. I've decided what the details are. I've not been thinking about it much. It's comforting to me to know that people are interested. Where is this? Description. On the workbench. Nice. That's big. That's big. Another 2 professions down. Ugh! Not many more to go now. I now have inscription, and then herbalism and mining. Wonderful. Right. That said, though, boys and girls, I've just had a text off the wife that dinner, or some food, should I say, is ready. So I'm going to leave it there for now. What day is it? It's Thursday, right? Is it Thursday? It's Thursday. Tomorrow, the stream might be slightly delayed. If I can get shit sorted first thing in the morning, everything will be fine and dandy. If IRL gets in the way tomorrow morning, the stream might be a little bit delayed. If it gets delayed by too much, I might push it to an evening stream, but I'll still do my best to get a stream on the go tomorrow. I have stuff to do, so we and I very much enjoy your company while I work our way through it. Move over Zygor. Zygor's still very good. Zygor is still a firm friend over here. 20% off with code Manthe, by the way. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm slowly getting to the point where I'm pretty comfortable with how the professions and stuff are working in the War Within. We're now just kind of waiting for each week to come by to bring us like some hot fixes and that sort of stuff. We might be able to get more focus on like the fun aspects of the profession. the other aspects, we might be able to spend a little bit more time figuring out what the rep grind looks like, figuring out what sort of what materials are going to be important, where we can farm up those materials potentially. There's still clearly lots to figure out and lots to work out, but I'm having fun doing it. So we will continue doing it for as long as it takes, honestly. So yeah. Thank you all for joining. Come say hi over on the Discord. There's loads of chatter going on over there at the moment for pretty much anything World of Warcraft related. So come say hi. And enjoy the rest of your day. Is there anybody streaming right now? There is literally like 3 people on my following list. I really need to expand my horizons, shouldn't I? For who to send you to. I'm sure you guys will have somebody interesting to go and watch. Say hi from me. Enjoy the rest of your day.